Nick now lives in Lebanon, Indiana. He's a genetics and farm production tech lead at RSG. Nick has raised Corriedales as well as Southdowns for his entire life. He's a past president of the American Corriedale Association. Let's welcome both Alex and Nick to the North American this morning.
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. And that being said, in the inaugural show out here on the green shavings for the Valais, it's quite an honor and very cool to see this breed get going. We start off with a single entry out here, but boy, one that just strikes the picture. When you get off the side of this buck, he is marked correctly, really masculine about that head, super stout about his bone work. And then you analyze him as a sheep, and boy, he is long down his top. He's really wide back into that loin. He handles with adequate length. I think he's got a nice fleece on him. That's an awful nice kind of a male to lead off with. Congratulations.
Placing on the American Valais Blacknose Senior Ram Lamb class, first place to entry for Kipton Poe, Franklin, Indiana, with VBS WA 2822 1730 Cowboy Up. Placing on the Senior Ram Lamb for the Natural Colored Fine Division goes to Brandon Close, Barrett, Minnesota, with Hilltop Farm 2351 10-4. Placing on the Junior Ram Lamb class for the fine division of our natural colored show, first place goes to entry number 5, Hilltop Dorsets, Monroe, Louisiana, with Tool 1019. Second place to entry 6, Michael Bielwitz, Hunt, New York, with S&T 97.
We get into some deeper waters out here in terms of numbers and quality. I think a really good set. And that being said, we're drawn down to 2, and between the 2, I think there's some differences in size and scale and build. Today, for me, the one that's the most complete is going to go up here and win. I think this one is extremely level down his spine, handles really long from that 13th rib on back. And then we analyze him as a Valais. I think he's got a nice fleece on him, really well marked. I think that's where he has his main advantage. When we get up in front of this guy and view him in terms of his head, the way that black meets his white up there by the pole and just gives a more full look of black face out here gives him the advantage. No doubt to sheep here in 2. If we were going to go ahead and just sort him as sheep, that is a big body, big top type of a sheep. One that's got some bone work and ruggedness. Love the presentation about that. The fleece is on point on that one as well. Really uniform. Maybe not quite as true coming out of the backside of his shoulder as a class winner, but I think my main difference is we view him about the head. I prefer the head type on the buck that we're going to lead off with. We come to a ram here in 3, shown in a more natural type of way. One that, again, really nice fleece on this buck. I like the staple length. I like the uniformity of that one. As we analyze him as a sheep out here, there's just not as much to him. He's the narrower based one in my top trio. And then we come to a buck here in 4 and 5. And again, really well marked type of sheep, ones that I appreciate just for their overall breed type. But with that being said, when we put our hands on them, there's just not as much sheep there. We get into the fleece and we just don't find the quality we do at the top end of the class. Rounding out the class, the young ladies have done a great job presenting that one. Like him a great deal just in terms of robustness and stoutness. With that being said, we need to have some knee markers. We need to have some on the hocks to be able to go ahead and get them off the bottom for me today. Great group of sheep. Congratulations.
For the natural colored show, our champion ram went to entry number 4 out of the senior ram lamb class, Brendan Close, Barrett, Minnesota, with Hilltop Farm 2351-10-4. The reserve champion to entry number 5 out of the junior ram lamb class, Hilltop Dorsets, Monroe, Louisiana, Tool 1019. Now showing yearling ewes on the natural colored side of the ring. Placing on the junior ram lamb class for the Valais, first place to entry 10, Sarah Smith, Moses Lake, Washington, with Valais Blacknose of Washington, 1823. Second to entry 9, Matt and Jennifer Scramlin, Fenton, Michigan, with Great Lakes Valais 501, Ron Swanson. Third to entry 5, Luann Johnner, Cambridge, Louisiana. 4 to 7, Pamela Campbell, Manheim, Pennsylvania. 5 to entry 6, Pamela Campbell, Manheim, Pennsylvania. 6th place to 8, Deborah Trothman, Chandler, North Carolina. Placing on the pair of placing on the pair of Valais Ram Lambs class, first to Pamela Campbell, Manheim, Pennsylvania.
Well, again, congratulations, the exhibitors. Maybe it hasn't been the largest male show out here, but boy, for the first year, I'd certainly be proud. The 3 we have out here, again, I think just exemplify what we're looking for out here today, just in terms of their overall basic build and structure. And again, I think there are a couple of them that are really good about their breed type, and one that I'd be plenty acceptable with if these 2 weren't here. So that being said, we get out here, and I think it is a close call. I think both these sheep offer a lot of good, just in terms of how big in terms of loin and hip they are, and straightness of spine and overall build. Really good show, really fun to sort through these. It's an honor. I'm going to go out here and select your first overall inaugural national champion, Valais Blacknose in reserve.
Champion ram for the Valais. First goes to our first place senior ram lamb, Kipton Poe, Franklin, Indiana. Champion ram for the Valais goes to our first place senior ram lamb, Kipton Poe, Franklin, Indiana, with VBS WA 2822 1730, Cowboy up. The reserve champion to the first place from the junior ram lamb class, Sarah Smith, Moses Lake, Washington, Valais Blacknose of Washington, 1823.
a really nice lineup. And that being said, I think one that sorts itself rather handily for me. Excuse me. As we get out here, I think we have a pair of ewes that you just gravitate towards. In between those two, I think there's one that kind of sets herself apart just in terms of overall elegance and build and structure. Boy, this one is cool fronted. She's extended. One that is so good down her top. She handles with adequate thickness through the center portion of her body, like the rib shape, like the feature at the ground. And as you start analyzing about markings, boy, she is beautifully marked. I like her patches everywhere. I like her about her head. Really like the horn set as well. You get into the fleece, and I think she has a really nice fleece on her as well. That's just an awful nice place to start. More traditional one coming here in 2, and boy, that one is awful nice as well. You put your hands on her, and there's a big sheep under there. Really good down her top. Handles with length from that 13th rib on back. And again, as we start talking just in terms of breed type, I think this ewe is really good. She's dark about her head there. Her horn set may not come out as much, but again, on a female, that's perfectly acceptable for me. I think her patches are good. And again, you get into the fleece, really pretty fleece on that one as well. I think where we're missing out is just not quite as much of her compared to the one we're going to lead off with. But I think those are two really, really good females showing completely different styles. We come to a sheep here in 3, a more moderate type of a female than the 2 leading off with. But again, one you really like just in terms of robustness of rib and how big her top is. I think she's good about her overall basic build. When we analyze her in terms of her marking, she's good about her head and her patches. We need some around her vulva and just a dark spot to go ahead and make me feel comfortable. With that being said, she's just not quite as long as what we're seeing in those 2, just not quite as extended. But boy, that is an awful neat female. We come to the sheep here in 4. And again, one just in terms of markings gets this nod. Really good about her headset, really good about her patches. You get into her fleece, and I think it's uniform enough. Maybe doesn't have quite as much luster as what we're seeing in some of the ones directly ahead. She certainly runs out of top shape compared to the ewes ahead and the one directly behind. One directly behind, boy, if you're just judging on the standstill and you could change her type, that is a tall-shouldered, good-looking female. I like that one a great deal. With that being said, as we analyze her about her type, I need to change her about her legs. She just gets a little grayer, and it all blends together there. Kind of the same thing about her head as we analyze her there. Rounding out the class, a really nice kind of a ewe out here, one that just gives up too much in terms of performance, but I think the patches are good. I think the markings are good. We just need more of that one to go ahead and move higher today. Good group of sheep. Congratulations.
For the yearling U class of the natural colored fine division, first place to entry 17, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with McDaniel Brothers 4-5. Second place to entry 10, Mike Minter, Pemberville, Ohio, with Minter Homestead 4066. Third place to entry 12, Michael Bielwitz, Hunt, New York. Fourth place to entry 11, Michael Bielwitz, Hunt, New York. 5 to 15, Sanja Connor, Asheville, Ohio. And 6th place to 14, Sanja Connor, Asheville, Ohio. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes, first place to Michael Bielwitz, Hunt, New York. Second, Sanja Connor, Asheville, Ohio. Placing on the yearling ewes for the Valais, first place to entry 15, William and Elizabeth McCauley at Glen, Pennsylvania, with PBCL PE 1253 Holly. Second place to 17, Luann Johnner, Cambridge, Louisiana, with Laney IA 9348 0632. Third place to entry 12, Matt and Jennifer Scramlin, Fenton, Michigan. Fourth place to 19, Pamela Campbell, Manheim, Pennsylvania. Fifth to 13, Matt and Jennifer Scramlin, Fenton, Michigan. And 6 to 16, Crystal Ambergy, Mount Sterling, Kentucky. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the Valais, first place to Matt and Jennifer Scramlin, Fenton, Michigan.
over here on the Valais side. A really nice class of ewe lambs all the way down through here. And that being said, I think we have one that we lead off with rather comfortably. If you want to talk in terms of show sheep off the side, boy, that one's front build is exotic. She is good about her angles, so extended. One that's so stout at the ground, really well balanced from the side, and she handles really good down her top, comes back to a wide loin and hip. Beautiful fleece on that female. If we were to make her perfect, well, I'd like to just put a marker around her vulva there, and I think we'd feel real comfortable leading off with that one. But I think just in terms of what this class has to offer, she's the one I'm comfortable leading off with. We've got a sheep here in two, really robust about her ribs. She's big enough about her top. Again, I think she's one that's marked really well. She's got the markers everywhere you want them. I think she's good about her head type as well. You get into her fleece, and she doesn't have quite the advantage we see in the class winner. She doesn't have quite the body build that we see in that one. She's going to land two. The Spitty coming here in three, a really nice kind of a ewe. And honestly, I was trying to see where we're going to go ahead and put priorities on that one, because I think that one is build is really, really neat. She's good through the front third of her skeleton, really big about her top. I think she's got some bone work, certainly a pretty fleece on that one. As we analyze her against two better marked ones going ahead of her, that she's going to land in the three hole today. The young man brings us one that's done a really nice job. I like the fleece and the fiber on that one. I think it's big enough about its top and its rib. We set that one into motion. She just gets a little more upright and stiff for me today. Maybe if we were to be critical, I'd like to take that black on up her nose and just really feel comfortable there. Rounding out the class, we've got a more moderate one here coming next. One that you appreciate just in terms of her breed type off the front end. We just need to make her sounder about her mouth. The last one down here, boy, that is an exotic built, good looking one. We just need to change up her breed type to be able to go any higher today, but a good group of sheep. Congratulations.
Placing on the senior ewe lambs for the fine division of our natural colored show, first place to entry 25, Dylan Noner. Pines Inn natural colored, Irwin, South Dakota with tooth, 87. Second to 24, Mike Minter, Pemberville, Ohio with Minter Homestead, 4090. 3 to 21, Jacob Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin. 4 to 22, Sanja Connor, Asheville, Ohio. 5 to 26, Michael Biowitz, Hunt, New York. And 6 to 23, Sanja Connor, Asheville, Ohio. Placing on the senior ewe lambs for the Valais Blacknose, 1st to 26, Tatum Getz, Shakopee, Minnesota, with VBSWA 1723, Dancing Queen. Second place to 27, Brooklyn Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin, with Van, she's a cool senorita Noodles, 1719. Third to 21, Sarah Smith, Moses Lake, Washington. 4 to 25, Kipton Poe, Franklin, Indiana. 5 to 22, Brooke Mazepink, Cochranville, Pennsylvania. 6 to 23, Alea Courtney, Mill Creek, Oklahoma. In the ring, we now have early junior ewe lambs for the Valais. These are animals born the 26th of February and before. Placing on the Junior Ewe Lamb class for the fine division of our natural colored show. First place goes to entry 29, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with McDaniel Brothers 5-9. Second to 27, Michael Bielwitz, Hunt, New York, with S&T 104. And third place to entry 28, Cody Nicholson Stratton, Ferndale, California. Placing on the natural colored pair of ewe lambs class in the fine division, first place to Michael Bielwitz, Hunt, New York. Second, Sanja Connor, Asheville, Ohio. For the regional natural colored show in the fine division, our champion ewe was entry number 17 out of the yearling ewe class. Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with McDaniel Brothers, 4-5. The reserve grand champion was from our senior ewe lamb class. Dylan Noner, Pines Inn Natural Colors, Irwin, South Dakota, with Toth, 87. Now ready for best fleece.
Over here on the Valais side, a beautiful set of ewe lambs all the way through, even some that we dismissed back here. And that being said, I think we have the most complete one to start with. One, in terms of type, I think she's good enough. When you get back on this hawk, she does have an indication of pigment there. Maybe it's not quite as large as I'd like to see it out here if we're going to be real critical. But boy, you put your hands on her. She is long down her top, extremely straight, really good from that 13th on back. Really prefer her in terms of her fleece quality as well. And then you get up in front of her. I think she looks like a lady, just a really nice one to go ahead and lead off with. We kind of have an unfair advantage coming here in two because the showman on this one gets that front end propped up and his hand placement under that throat and gets that nose to drop down, and you want to gravitate to that one every time. That is a regal looking creature, and that was kind of a hard decision for me out here just in terms of showmanship off the side. Boy, that one can paint a picture. But boy, you analyze the sheep beyond that. Really well balanced type of animal. I like the stoutness in terms of her bone. I think she's big about her top. I think when you analyze her compared to the counterpart directly ahead, I don't think she has quite the fleece quality we're seeing in that one. I think she's better marked than the one coming next, and that's where she has an advantage. The next ewe lamb coming, I think no doubt she's going to be the tall-shouldered, good-looking type of a yearling ewe. She's got some stoutness of bone. I think she's really good down her top. When we get in behind her, I need to change her about her markings. I'd like to put some paint around her vulva, and I think then you could go ahead and argue that she needs to be at the top end of this class. We come to the sheep here in four, a little more naturally presented, but again, a really extended type of a sheep, one with some muscle about its top, one with some roundness in terms of its rib. When we analyze it compared to the ones ahead, just not quite as cool through the overall package in terms of its basic build, but a really stout one. Rounding out the class, really nice kind of a ewe lamb. Like the top line in that ewe lamb, like the dimension and the balance from the side. Like to change her about her head in terms of breed type if we're going to go ahead and try to get her higher today. Good group of sheep all the way through. Congratulations.
Placing on the Valais Blacknose early junior ewe lamb class, first place to 41, Matt and Jennifer Scramlin, Fenton, Michigan, with Great Lakes Valais, 503, Top Gun Penny. Second place to 37, Sarah Smith, Moses Lake, Washington, with Valais Blacknose of Washington, 1837, Pretty. Third place to 39, Sarah Smith, Moses Lake, Washington, 4-38, Kipton Poe, Franklin, Indiana. 5-43, Logan Minter, Brooke, Indiana. Sixth place to 42, Michaela Noner, Irwin, South Dakota. 7-40, Sadie Benson, Ortonville, Michigan. 8-45, Deborah Tronthman, Chandler, North Carolina. And 9-44, Kipton Poe, Franklin, Indiana. Our best fleece in the natural colored fine division goes to entry 11 from the Yearling U class, Michael Bielwitz, Hunt, New York, with S&T 77. Placing on the fine division of our natural colored show for flock, first place to Michael Bielwitz, Hunt, New York, and that is also our premier exhibitor for this division. We're now ready to go into our medium division of the natural colored. We need yearling rams to the ring, please.
A really nice trio of ewe lambs to lead off with up here. And that being said, amongst the trio, I think there's one that just kind of runs away with this deal. A really beautiful ewe we're leading off with, one that's marked so good, really looks the type in terms of her breed type. And then you get off the side. She is extended. She is good down her top. You get into her fleece, and boy, she has a beautiful fleece as well. Really highly presented. Boy, that's an awful nice one to lead off with. We come to the sheep here in two, one that follows her most in type and kind. Really good down her top. Another nice fleece on that female. One that I think is good enough about her type. As we get down low, I'd like to just get a little more white between them patches, and that'd make me feel a notch more comfortable. But I think another really nice kind of a ewe with some length aside and good about her breed type. We come to the female here in three. Really well proportioned, really well built type of a female. One that balances up really well. One that, again, really good down her top. As we analyze her compared to the counterparts, just not quite as long and stretched out through that front end, not quite as long through the center part of her body as what those ewes are. I think certainly an acceptable fleece, maybe not the quality and the staple we're seeing in the two directly ahead. Coming to the sheep here in four, again, one that's really well built, tall-shouldered, good-looking type of a sheep. We just need to change her about her breed type as we view her from back in terms of her markings. We round out the class, another really pretty fleece on this sheep, one that there's just not enough sheep of. When we put our hands on it, it's the narrowest and flattest of my top lineup, but I think a really good set of sheep all the way through. Congratulations.
Placing on the late class of junior ewe lambs for the Valais Blacknose, first place to entry 36, Matt and Jennifer Scramlin, Fenton, Michigan, with Vale View Molly 2502. Second place to 31, Luann Johnner, Cambridge, Louisiana, with WOV 2501 Montana. Third to 29, Sarah Smith, Moses Lake, Washington. Fourth to 32, Matt and Jennifer Scramlin, Fenton, Michigan. 5 to 34, Pamela Campbell, Manheim, Pennsylvania. 6 to 35, Ryan Halligan, Winchester, Kentucky. And 7 to 33, Brooke Mazepink, Cochranville, Pennsylvania. Placing on the yearling rams for the medium division of our natural colored show, first to 45, Dylan Noner, Pines Inn Natural Coloreds, Irwin, South Dakota, with Travail, NC 007. Second to 48, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Corzat 2409. Third to 47, Katie Hartman, Carlotta, California. Placing on the Valais Blacknose pair of ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry 47, Matt and Jennifer Scramlin, Fenton, Michigan. Second to 48, Sarah Smith, Moses Lake, Washington. Third, Kipton Poe, Franklin, Indiana. And fourth, Brooke Mazepink, Cochranville, Pennsylvania.
Well, certainly, congratulations to all the breeders and exhibitors. It's been a really fun show out here to sort through, and a lot of really nice ewes to go through, and even on the male side. That being said, they haven't been out here or in the U.S. too long, and boy, I think they've come a long way from the first ones I've seen. Really applaud the exhibitors. They've done a great job out here, and really appreciate the opportunity to come out here and sort through these and evaluate them. I found several that I'd be comfortable standing behind, and wasn't sure what I was getting into when I got out here this morning, and trying to go through everything, and made sure I did my homework on them. So in my estimation, I did the best of my ability with the knowledge I had, and went through, and we get out here, and boy, I couldn't be more pleased with the lineups. So that being said, I'm going to go out here and show you the way I like them. I think there's one that just kind of sticks out as we work through today that boy, when I see pictures of them, and the sheep I want to stand behind. And then for reserve, I think there's another that came out of a really tough class. I'll go out here and show you the way I like them. Let's put our hands together for your inaugural Valais show. Congratulations.
Champion ewe for the Valais Blacknose show goes to entry number 36 from our late junior ewe lamb class, Matt and Jennifer Scramlin, Fenton, Michigan, with Vale View Molly 2502. The reserve champion ewe goes to entry number 15 out of our yearling ewe class, William and Elizabeth McCauley at Glen, Pennsylvania, with PBCL PE 1253 Holly. Now ready for Best Fleece. Best Fleece will be your next class in the Valais Blacknose ring. Placing on the senior Ram Lamb class for the medium division of our natural colored show, first place goes to entry 53. Dylan Noner, Pines Inn Natural Coloreds, Irwin, South Dakota, with Pines Inn Natural Colored 24-59, Radical Skedaddle. Second place to entry 51, Hadley Paulus, Casstown, Ohio, with Pines Inn Natural Colored 2463, Lockdown. Third place to 50, Kaylee Holleran, Waterloo, Illinois. And fourth to 49, Hadley Paulus, Casstown, Ohio. For the best fleece in the Valais Blacknose, it goes to Matt and Jennifer Scramlin, Fenton, Michigan, with our grand champion ewe out of that late junior ewe lamb class, Vale View Molly, 2502. Placing on the flock class for the Valais Blacknose, first place to Matt and Jennifer Scramlin, Fenton, Michigan. And they are also the premier exhibitor for this division. Romney exhibitors, give me a few minutes to get the table reset, so we're ready to go with the Romneys. Judging our National Romney show today is Mr. Terry Burks of Scottsville, Kentucky. Terry is a retired professor of English Studies from Chifeng University in China. He's a former owner of Dynasty Club Lambs and Meat Goats. He's judged over 1,400 shows in 43 states this year, including the North American shows for Suffolk, Dorper, Border Leicester, Monadales, and the Supreme Drive selections. It's an interesting note, while Terry was a professor of English studies, he taught Chinese students the English language. Once you hear Terry, you'll wonder what kind of dialect they use whenever they come to the U.S. Placing on the medium division natural colored junior Ram Lamb class, first place to 56, Dylan Noner, Pines Inn natural colors of Irwin, South Dakota, with Aftermath, Pines Inn natural colored 2516. Second place to 58, Morgan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Scotch Lane 1019, Medicine Man. Third place to 57, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. And fourth to 59, Brooke Hershey, Wooster, Ohio. We need the champion and reserve champion Rams for the Valais Blacknose to come up. We have some awards that didn't get presented. Placing on the pair of Ram Lambs for the natural colored medium division. First place goes to Dylan Noner, Irwin, South Dakota, Pines Inn natural colors. Second place to Hadley Paulus, Casstown, Ohio. For our natural colored medium division, our champion ram goes to our class winner of the Yearling Rams, entry 45, Dylan Noner, Pines Inn Natural Colored, Irwin, South Dakota, with Travail, NC 007. The reserve champion to entry 56 out of the junior Ram Lamb class, Dylan Noner, Pines Inn Natural Colored, Irwin, South Dakota, with Pines Inn Natural Colored, 2516 Aftermath.
Well, it's certainly a pleasure to be with you this morning as we start into your National Romney Show. And I think this yearling class of Rams is tremendously high quality when you get into them. The Ram that we're going to lead out with up front, I think, is really the combination of having a really high quality fleece along with just quality of individual. This guy's so good in terms of his lower shoulder. You love him in terms of his top line and his rump when you get into him. Massive, massive bone, big-footed rascal when you get into him. And then he's got a high-quality fleece, very uniform when you get into him. Probably not the extreme character fleece that we see in the Ram in second. Ram in second, I think, is a really unique one. I think his strength is really his fleece quality. That guy's got tremendous character and crimp when you get into his fleece. He gets just a nickel deeper chested when you get into him. He doesn't quite have the power from behind, but that's another high-quality one to drop in second. Ramon's going to come third. I still think a really nice one in this particular class. This guy's one that gets you love in terms of his body shape. He's extremely good in terms of his uniformity of depth. For me, he gets just a nickel straight and he's hot behind when he goes. He doesn't quite have the character and luster to his fleece we see in the top pair, but a high-quality trio, guys. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of Romney White Yearling Rams for your National Romney Show. First place to entry 2, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire, with Winding Wicks 2428, Chad. Second place to entry 3, Claire Von Barons, Stewardson, Illinois, with Rinker 2739, Shabozi. Third to entry 1, Caleb Allen, Coventry, Connecticut. In the White Romney show for your national show, the White Romney Champion Ram Award is the Lynn Barnes Memorial Cup, a perpetual trophy presented to the national champion White Romney Ram. Lynn Barnes was an early pioneer in the American Romney Breeders Association. He recognized early on that genetic diversity was a necessity. Lynn imported semen and rams from New Zealand and traveled there often. Lynn died in 2017 at the age of 98. He was still active and managed his large flock of White Romneys until the end. This trophy is sponsored by Thistledown Farm, the Kennedy family of Canandaigua, New York.
Again, I think a high-quality trio in this particular class. Just some variation as you study them with respect to kind. I think the ram that's going to lead out the drive is the one who puts together the combination of phenotype along with a high-quality fleece. This guy's got an incredible character and luster to his fleece when you get into him. Probably the most uniform as you get back into his breech. In terms of his character, you love this guy in terms of his center body and the hip this guy's got. He's easily the one that you appreciate in terms of his substance and ruggedness, masculinity when you get into him. I think a nice one to lead out the drive. The Ram's going to come second, really immature looking in this class. He's one that you study him about his head, you study him in terms of his skeleton. He looks really, really young and immature. I love this guy in terms of his leanness and freshness as he comes today. Maybe that gets a little bit shorter in terms of staple length when you get into him, so it's a little bit harder to evaluate that fleece, but still has nice quality. He does fade just a bit as you get back into his breech, but I think a really nice one. To change him just a little bit when you get him out on the move, he wants to cushion down just a little bit, and I suspect that's just because he's been in Louisville too long up here on the concrete. Rammett's going to come third. Bold, dense, long staple length in this guy. And surprisingly for that kind of staple length, he has tremendous character still into that fleece when you get into it. It doesn't have the luster, perhaps, when you really get into it for me. His issue for me is he gets just a little lower fronted. He's just a little shorter in terms of length of front. but he's masculine, he's stout, got a huge set of testicles underneath him. I think a nice individual as well. Congratulations, guys.
Placing on the class of fall ram lambs for the white division of the National Romney Show. First to entry 6, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire, with Winding Wicks, 2452. Second place to entry 5, Claire Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois, with Rinker, 2779. And fourth place to Sue Kalina, Albany, Oregon. Placing on the early yearling U class for the medium division of the Natural Colored Show. First place goes to entry 74, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 2402. Second place to entry 70, Dylan Noner, Pines Inn Natural Colored, Irwin, South Dakota, with Pines Inn Natural Colored 23-79, Etoa. Third to entry number 71, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. 4-72, Morgan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. 5-76, Brooke Hershey, Wooster, Ohio. Sixth place to 68, Kaylee Holleran, Waterloo, Illinois. And 7-69, Becky Ridgway, Libertytown, Maryland.
I tell you, an absolutely gorgeous set of rams in this particular class. And I think the unique thing is the ram that's going to lead out the deal is one that just is a better one in terms of how he's built through his skeleton. He's sure the more elevated one through his chest floor when you get into him. You love this guy in terms of one that when you put him in motion is just very, very comfortable in terms of how he hits the ground. You open that fleece on this guy and he has tremendous character. He's not quite as good back in his britch as he is in his center body and shoulder, but I think a really, really high quality one just in terms of skeletal quality, combining that with character to that fleece. If you just want to talk sheer fleece, it's the ram in second. That guy's got tremendous character and luster to that fleece. His uniformity is just incredible as you get back into his britch. And so that's what makes that first pair really close for me. He is a nickel deeper in his chest. He sets just a touch softer down in his pastern when he gets out and goes. But boy, that fleece quality is just impeccable in this guy. Bigger, stouter one going to come third. I like that guy in terms of just mass and ruggedness and skeleton. One that's tremendously powerful in his kind. He's still got a nice fleece on him as well. Now, he's got a touch more belly wool when you get into him, when you get underneath him. But I think one that just in terms of power and bone and substance you have to appreciate. My little gal's got one that looks really, really immature in his kind. I'd like to darken his nose just a little bit more, make it more uniform from that perspective. But he's one that's extremely immature. He's extremely fresh fleeced when you get into him. Quality of that fleece is quite good. He obviously is a touch shorter in terms of staple length. I think that one's got better days ahead of him. Nice class, guys. Congratulations.
Placing on the Winter Ram Lamb class for the white division of your National Romney Show. First to entry 7, Emma Rogers, Kingingley, Connecticut. Morton 0303. Second to entry 8, Mackenzie von Klompenberg, Bloomingdale, Michigan. E.C. Plank 2509. Third to entry 11, Lindsay Schmall, Wausau, Wisconsin. And 4 to entry 10, Caitlin Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. Placing on the late class of yearling ewes for the medium division of our colored, natural colored show. First place goes to entry 75, Morgan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Scotch Lane 0950 Spicy. Second to 67, Mike Minter, Pemberville, Ohio, with Minter Homestead 4043. Third to 73, Olivia Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. 4 to 64, Hadley Paulus, Castown, Ohio. 5 to 65, Hadley Paulus. And 6 to 66, Brooke Hershey, Worcester, Ohio.
Well, really an interesting set of rams in this particular class. And it maybe looks like a little bit of hodgepodge out here, but you're just trying to piece together those rams that have enough phenotype to go along with wool quality when you get into them. And each one of these rams has a thing or two you'd like to change about them. The ram that's going to lead out the drive, that's the high growth, high performing one. That guy, when he cocks off, is just incredible up through his front end and his shoulder design. I love this guy in terms of one who's built really nice out of his hip. For me, I think you put him in motion, he's the most acceptable one for me, just in terms of his length of step. I'd like to strengthen his top just a little bit. He wants to get a little easy in his top out here from time to time. Fleece quality quite good in that guy. He's got tremendous character, really, really high luster kind of fleece. I think one has sure got some quality to him. The ram that's going to come second, I think, again, he just fits in for me in terms of one who's a lot like the class winner. He is one who's got a big hip in him. He's tremendous in terms of his bone and feature. He gets a little plainer right through his lower shoulder when you get into him. But fleece quality is really, really nice in that guy in terms of uniformity and quality. I think another one that gets out and goes. Third, fourth, and fifth are the debatable ones, and actually what would have been the other one out there. I think when you come into these guys, I chose to use the smaller one to come next, and the reason why is that's the best fleece in the class. That guy's really, really brilliant in terms of fleece color when you get into him. His uniformity all the way back into his breech is just incredible when you get into that guy. I wish he had a touch more grow. I wish he had a touch more upstandingness through his front end, but fleece quality's impeccable in that guy. The ram that's going to come next, I kept wanting to move this guy up, and if all I saw was him standing, I would do that. He's one, when you put him in motion, though, even standing there, you can see he tightens up in his spine. He wants to get more upright and angle to his front end, but he's still got a nice fleece when you get into him. Maybe not the character uniformity back in his breech that we see in the center body of that guy. The ram that's going to come next, he's really, really immature out here. Even though he's a big burly rascal, underneath his fleece, he's just skeleton at this point. He's green as grass, but you're talking about a heavy bone, stout-featured, masculine rascal. His better days are next year when he comes back as a yearling. I love him in terms of the character of his fleece. That fleece isn't as fresh when you open it, perhaps, as some of those that precede him, and it's just staple length that gets him a little bit out here. Gets a nickel rounder out of his hip. the ram that kind of balanced the class there. Really a cool-fronted one that's super attractive. Had an acceptable fleece on him. He was just way too straight in his shoulder when you put him on the move.
Placing on the winter, pardon me, the white spring Ram Lamb class for the National Romney Show. First place to entry 16, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire, with Winding Wicks 2519. Second to 14, Cadence Higgins, Coventry, Connecticut, with Higgins 25214. Third to entry 12, Lindsay Schmall, Wausau, Wisconsin, 4 to 13, Claire Von Baron, Stewardson, Illinois. 5 to 15, Sue Kalina, Albany, Oregon, and 6 to 17, Hudson Fleener, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Placing on the natural colored medium division pair yearling U class, first place to entry 77, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Second, Morgan Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut. Third to Hadley Paulus, Castown, Ohio. And 4 to Brooke Hershey, Wooster, Ohio. Placing on the class of pair Ram Lambs for the White Romney Show. First place to Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Second, Claire Von Baron, Stewardson, Illinois. Third, Lindsay Schmall, Wausau, Wisconsin. And 4, Sue Kalina, Albany, Oregon. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion Ram for the White Romneys. We do need that second place yearling ram in the ring from Claire Von Barons.
Well, they drop in all our class winners in your White Romney Ram division, and I think a tremendous set of Rams out here. I'm super, super pleased with them when you get them out. As you study them phenotypically, straight line, big hipped rascals that have tremendous amount of bone and feature to them. They still have a tremendous look in terms of kind when you get them out here. And then what I appreciate the most is the fleece quality on these Rams is really, really special, just in terms of character and luster when you get into this set. Been a lot of fun to sort through them. I think when you come into Champion and Reserve, you got to make a couple of calls out here about what you like, maybe what you don't like. I think your Champion Ram's one that's really unique in terms of body shape and build. Still extremely, extremely nice in terms of not only breed character, but especially fleece quality. Your reserve gets a nickel closer, and you got to make some calls out here. I think there's one that just for me, and just in terms of how he's built through the front third of his skeleton, how he lays in through his chest floor, just a bit better for me. He's green as grass when you get your hands on him, but the fleece quality very, very exceptional. It's been my pleasure. Congratulations to the White Romney Ram exhibitors. Give them a nice round of applause if you would. I'll get your champion in reserve.
Champion Ram for the National Romney Show in the white division goes to our first place yearling Ram, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire, with Winding Wicks, 2428 Chad. The reserve champion goes to our class winner of the Winter Ram Lamb class, entry 7, Emma Rogers, Killingley, Connecticut, with Morton, 0303. Placing on the Senior U Lamb class for our medium division of natural colored, first to 94, Morgan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Scotch Lane 961 Bombshell. Second to 90, Little Oaks Livestock, Bell Center, Ohio, with Little Oaks Livestock 2520. Third to entry 83, Olivia Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. Fourth place to 92, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. 5th to 89, Brandon Close, Barrett, Minnesota. 6th place to 93, Erica Weisler, St. Lawrence, South Dakota. 7 to 84, Mike Minter, Pemberville, Ohio. 8 to 82, Brooke Hershey, Wooster, Ohio. 9th place to Mike Minter, Pemberville, Ohio. 10 to 86, Kaylee Holleran, Waterloo, Illinois. And 11 to 95, Becky Ridgway, Libertytown, Maryland. In our National White Romney show, the Joanne Mast Honorary Trophy is presented by the American Romney Breeders Association to the national champion White Romney ewe. Joanne's contributions to the Romney breed, to the association, and its membership by producing good, sound genetics and then providing transportation to both coasts. Joanne's mentoring and hauling has kept the breed in the public's eye. This perpetual trophy is sponsored by Little Hooves Romneys from Morristown, New Jersey. Placing on the class of early junior ewe lambs for the medium division of our natural colored show. First place goes to entry 107, Little Oaks Livestock, Bell Center, Ohio, with Little Oaks Livestock 2530. Second place to 105, McKella Noner, Irwin, South Dakota, with Little Oaks Livestock 2531. Third place to 100, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Fourth place to 104, Morgan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Fifth to 106, Brooke Hershey, Wooster, Ohio. Sixth place to 101, Lucas DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. 7 to 102, Erica Wessler, St. Lawrence, South Dakota. And 8 to 103, Brandon Close, Barrett, Minnesota.
Well, I tell you, a phenomenal set of yearling ewes out in their White Romney division. These top three ewes, extremely high quality when you get into them. And there's just some differences, and you got to make that judgment call. The ewe that's going to lead out the drive, I think phenotypically is the one that really suits me. Her balance in terms of how she's built up through her front end. She runs uphill much better than the ewe that's going to come second. Tremendously big bodied, bold, good-centered one that's got the right kind of sweep to her underline. She can get out and go very comfortably out here. Her fleece is acceptable. It's not one of those that just wows you when you open it, particularly in her center body. But I think in terms of just quality of overall fleece, you appreciate that one quite well. You that's going to come second and the you that's in third are debatable, and there are things I like about both of them. Fleece quality goes to the ewe in second over the ewe in third. She's more uniform, particularly when you get back into her breech. She's a female I like extremely well in terms of length of body and length of hip. I'd like to make her just a little more upright through her front end. I'd like to make her taller fronted. I'd like to elevate her through her chest floor just a bit for me. But in terms of length of body, in terms of squareness of hip, in terms of fleece quality back in her breech, to me she gets around the ewe in third. The ewe in third, the front two-thirds of that one, fleece quality is exceptional. Obviously, she's a little shorter fleeced back in her breech, and she doesn't carry the extreme character back into her breech that we see in the front two-thirds of her. But she's a female that runs uphill. She's tall-fronted. I like her in terms of her balance and quality. Stout-jawed rascal when you get into her. Put her in motion. She wants to get just a little ewe-necked in terms of how she sets into her neck for me, but I think a nice one to come third. The ewe is in fourth and fifth. It's just a difference in fleece quality that separates this pair. I like the ewe that the young lady's got next. I think an attractive, balanced one. She's a little finer featured. She's a little smaller footed when you get into her, but she's so upright in terms of how that neck comes out of the apex of her shoulder. I like that ewe extremely well in terms of her balance, and she's just got more character and luster to her fleece than the young lady's ewe. Young ladies, you got a great big stout burly one that's going to come next. I love that one in terms of body and bone and substance. Her fleece kind of lacks character when you get into it. She just doesn't have the character and crimp we see in the four in front of her. Then the young man's ewe, that's a nice sheep. She gives up some performance out here. She looks like a baby with the rest of them just in terms of maturity, but her fleece quality is exceptional. She's really got good character to her fleece. I love the crimp and lock formation in that one. I'd just like to see a little more power in her. Great class, guys.
Placing on the white Romney Yearling U class, first place to entry 32, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire, with Winding Wicks 2403 Camaro. Second place to 29, Emma Rogers, Killingley, Connecticut, with Morton 0285. Third place to entry number 26, Claire Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois. Fourth place to 27, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Fifth place to 31, Betsy Fry, Otterburn, Indiana. Sixth place to 28, Tim and Sarah Fleener, Robisonia, Pennsylvania. Seventh place to 24, Megan Higgins, Coventry, Connecticut. 8 to 25, Tim and Sarah Fleener, Robisonia, Pennsylvania. And 9 to entry number 23, Caitlin Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. 10th place to entry 30, Caitlin Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. Placing on the late class of junior ewe lambs for the natural colored medium division, first place to entry 96, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 2522. Second place to entry 99, Morgan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Scotch Lane 01002, Hope. Third to 97, Brooke Hershey, Worcester, Ohio, and 4 to 108, Sanja Connor, Asheville, Ohio. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the White Romney show, first place went to Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Second, Tim and Sarah Fleener, Robisonia, Pennsylvania. Third, Caitlin Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the medium division of our natural colored show, first to Little Oaks Livestock, Bell Center, Ohio. Second, Morgan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Third, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. And 4, Brooke Hershey, Worcester, Ohio.
I think when you get into this pair out here in this particular class, there's a little give and take, and the pair of the ewe that's up front to me is just the one who's so much fresher fleeced today. You like that ewe in terms of one who, even with her staple length, she's one that to me is just nicer balanced. She's tighter through the top of her scapula as it ties into her spine. She's one that I like in terms of her balance quite a bit better. And she's just a little more feminine through her chest floor and up through her front end when you get into her. She's sure acceptable in terms of fleece quality. Now, she doesn't have the extreme character of fleece that thing's got. Crazy, crazy character in that fleece in that one. It's so crimped and so uniform. If I could just change her to go with the fleece just a little bit, she wants to open in her shoulder. She just gets a little unhinged in terms of how her scapula's laid into her body. She gets a little bit easy topped when you get her out here. But that fleece is exceptional in that one. Congratulations, guys.
placing on the white fall ewe lamb class for the fall ewe lambs of the National Romney Show, first to 37, Claire Von Baron, Stewartson, Illinois, with Winding Wicks 2451. Second place to entry 36, Sue Kalina, Albany, Oregon, with Kalina 503. Champion ewe for the natural colored medium division goes to entry 94, the senior ewe lamb class winner, Morgan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Scotch Lane 961 Bombshell. The reserve goes to the early junior ewe lamb class winner, entry 107, Little Oaks Livestock, Bell Center, Ohio, with Little Oaks Livestock 2530. For the natural colored, now ready to show for best fleece. Best fleece animal for the medium division of our natural colored show goes to Brandon Close, Barrett, Minnesota, with Dewdrop Farm 2464 U-Proof. That animal came out of the senior ewe lamb class, entry number 89. Placing on the flock class for the natural colored medium division, first place to Morgan Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut. Second place, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. And third to Brooke Hershey, Wooster, Ohio. Premier exhibitor for the medium division of our natural colored show was Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. We're now ready to show for Supreme and Reserve Supreme champion ram for the natural colored. So we'll need the champion and reserve champion of the fine and champion and reserve champion ram of the medium in the ring at this time to select our Supreme champion and reserve Supreme champion ram of the natural colored show.
I tell you, an absolutely phenomenal class of females in this particular drive, and these top five are just really, really high quality females, and taking nothing away from the sheep that kind of left the ring, but these five are just at a different level in terms of quality of fleece and uniformity of kind. The two ewes on the top end, I think the difference is the ewe in front is longer bodied, she's more extended, she's more attractive in terms of the set to her neck on top of her shoulder, and that fleece is absolutely phenomenal on that one in terms of quality and uniformity. The ewe that's in second, her fleece may even be better. She's really good back in her britch. Her character and luster is just incredible. We can all see from ringside she's not as long-bodied, she's not as good in terms of percent hind saddle. She's not as elevated right through her chest floor and into her front end, but I think a ewe that just fits extremely well with your class winner. The ewe in third, long-bodied, extended, attractive, feminine. She gets just a little frailer about her jaw and front end for me. I'd like to stouten her there just a touch, but she has a tremendous advantage in character to her fleece over the ewe that's going to come fourth. The ewe in fourth is stouter. She's bigger bodied, she's more massive, she's heavier boned than the ewe that's in front of her. She just doesn't have the character of fleece that we see in the ewe in third, but I do like her stoutness. I like how powerful she is. She is more open-faced than the ewe in front of her, and I appreciate that from a breed character perspective. The ewe that's going to come in fifth, tremendously long-bodied, super extended. She's one for me that, again, has tremendous character to her fleece when you get into her. I'd just like to change her off of her feet and legs just a little bit. She comes in at her knees just a touch up front. She's one that's a little more off balance through her shoulder and neck set when you get into her, but that fleece is really, really high quality. Congratulations, guys.
Supreme Champion Ram for the natural colored goes to entry number 45 from the medium division. That's Dylan Noner, Pines Inn Natural Colors of Irwin, South Dakota. Travail NC 007. The reserve went to entry number 4 out of the fines. Brandon Close, Barrett, Minnesota, with Hilltop Farm, 2351-10-4 out of the Senior Ram Lambs. Now ready to show Supreme Champion U. Placing on the white winter ewe lamb class for the Romney show. First place to 41, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire, with Winding Wicks, 25-17. Second to 40, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire, with Winding Wicks, 25-16. Third place to 46, Lindsay Schmall, Wausau, Wisconsin, 4 to 45, Lindsay Schmall, Wausau, Wisconsin. Fifth place to 38, Sue Kalina, Albany, Oregon. Sixth place to 43, Caitlin Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. 7 to 42, George Fry, Otterburn, Indiana. Eighth place to 39, Mackenzie von Klompenberg, Bloomingdale, Michigan. 9 to 44, Mackenzie von Klompenberg, Bloomingdale, Michigan. Supreme Champion U for the Natural Colored Show went to entry 94, which was our medium division Champion U. Out of the Senior U Lamb class, Morgan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Scotch Lane, 961 Bombshell. The reserve champion was reserve in that medium division. Out of the early Junior U Lamb class, entry 107, Little Oaks Livestock, Bell Center, Ohio, with Little Oaks Livestock, 2530. Now ready to show Supreme Fleece. For the natural colored ring, we're now ready to show Supreme Champion Flock. Our Supreme Fleece goes to our medium best fleece. That's a Senior U Lamb, entry number 89, Brandon Close, Barrett, Minnesota, with Dewdrop Farm, 2464 U Proof.
Again, I think a really nice set of ewes in this particular class, and it's going to be fun to watch this set of ewes mature into yearlings next year. The ewe that's going to win the class, to me, just kind of is the one that puts everything together. She's balanced, she's correct, she's beautiful out of her hip. How she's designed through her shoulder and chest floor gets really around the ewe in second. And then you crack that fleece, and she's just got tremendous character and brightness and luster to that fleece. I think a really, really nice one to win. Ewe that's going to come second and the ewe in third are debatable. Those two are very, very different in kind. The ewe in second is just more correct. She's more correct out of her shoulder angle. She's better in terms of the set to her knee up front. She doesn't have the character of fleece the ewe in third has, and that's what I'd like to change on her just a little bit. But her length, her power, her fleece fits where she's supposed to be. There's just not a lot of that wow factor when you crack the fleece on that one. but I think a beautiful female in terms of length of body. The UN third, girl, I'm telling you, that is a gorgeous fleece on that one. You're talking about character and freshness and luster and tremendous character. That one's got it. Her issue is her front leg, sweetheart. She's just too straight in her shoulder. She comes forward in her knee when you get her in motion. If I could make her better out of her front end, I could probably move her up a hole because of that extreme character to her fleece. You that's going to come forth, long-bodied, super extended, attractive. She gets just a little frailer about her jaw when you get into her. She gets just a little flatter in terms of her whole design, but still a beautiful fleece. Got some quality in that one. Young man's got a nice one as well, bigger bodied, kind of a sheep. I like her from that standpoint. She's got a good fleece on her as well. She does fade just a touch back into her breech. I got to lengthen her hip to change her length of step just a bit for me. Then we got the big burly one down here on the end. That is the harshest handling fleece. When you touch it, it's just a little bit coarse to the touch today. I'd like to soften that fleece. I'd like to give it a touch more character. Good class, beautiful ewe to start.
For our natural colors, finishing up the awards there, the Supreme Flock went to our medium best flock, Morgan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Our overall premier exhibitor was from the medium division, and that's Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. That does conclude our natural colored show. Our judge has been Nick Miniter from Indiana. Judging our Texel show today is our resident judge, Alex Wolf from Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Alex owns and operates Wolf Brothers Livestock. They raise natural coloreds and Columbia lambs. He is a fifth-generation shepherd. He and his wife, Melissa, have 3 children that are all very heavily involved in their sheep operation. Let's welcome Alex Wolf for your Texel judge. Placing on the White Romney Spring Ewe Lamb class, first place to entry 50, Misfit Acres, Argyle, New York, with Misfit Acres 0141. Second place to 52, Emma Rogers, Killingley, Connecticut, with Morton 0307. Third place, 248, Caitlin Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. 4 to 47, Charlene Carlisle, Morristown, New Jersey. Fifth place to 49, Noah Fleener, Robisonia, Pennsylvania. And sixth place to 51, Lindsay Schmall, Wausau, Wisconsin. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs, first place to Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Second, Lindsay Schmall, Wausau, Wisconsin. Third, Caitlin Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. 4, Sue Kalina, Albany, Oregon. And 5, Mackenzie von Klompenberg, Bloomingdale, Michigan. We have begun our Texel show. We have yearling rams in the ring. We're missing an entry from Adams Texels.
Well, they drop in all of our class winners in the White Romney female show, and I'm telling you, this set of females is incredible. They're just big-bodied, sound, productive-looking females, and regardless of your enthusiasm for one breed over another, you got to appreciate this set just in terms of the kind and quality that they've got. They're all very acceptable in terms of fleece quality, but yet they've got bone. They look like ladies. Breed character's extremely, extremely nice. I think there's two females out here that when you crack the fleeces, it's just a different ball game out here, just in terms of extreme character, extreme luster, how these sheep look underneath the outside when you open them up. Really, really a beautiful pair of females. And there's a third one out here that maybe in terms of fleece qualities, the most extreme fleeced one of the set, but she gets a nickel shorter body. She's a nickel rounder shouldered when you get into her, but a gorgeous set of females. It's been an absolute pleasure. Put your hands together if you would. Congratulate these exhibitors. I'll get your champion and reserve White Romney ewes.
For our national champion, ewe for the White Romney show goes to entry number 41, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. With the animal out of the winter ewe lamb class, that's Winding Wicks, 2517. The reserve champion goes to entry number 50, first in the spring ewe lamb class, Misfit Acres, Argyle, New York, with Misfit Acres 0141. We're now ready to show best white fleeced animal. Now ready to show for best white fleeced animal for the Romneys. Placing on the yearling ram class for the Texel show. First place goes to entry 4, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana, with Cook's 2401. Second to entry 2, Adams Texels, Shelbyville, Indiana, with Adams 5410. And third to entry 1, Wyatt Hilty, Wapakoneta, Ohio. The national champion white fleece plaque is presented by the American Romney Breeders Association in memory of Jack Kalina. This perpetual plaque honors Jack's commitment to the breed by promoting Romneys and their fleeces in and out of the show ring. Jack was a member of the ARBA for almost 40 years, and his family continues to show. This plaque is sponsored by the Kalina family from Oregon. Placing on the fall Ram Lamb class for our Texel show, first place to 7, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut, with Pine Knob Farm 2511. Second place to entry 5, John DeRunk, West Sunbury, Pennsylvania, with Pine Knob Farm 2514. Third place to entry 6, Alexis Cook, from Oldenburg, Indiana. Best white Romney fleeced animal is entry number 40 from the winter ewe lamb class, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire, with Winding Wicks 2516. Placing on the white flock class, first place and winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award is Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Second place in the flock, Caitlin Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. Now ready to move into our natural colored portion of the Romney show. We need yearling rams. The national champion White Romney Flock Trophy is presented by the American Romney Breeders Association to honor a distinguished Romney breeder who has demonstrated an exceptional commitment to advancing the Romney breed. This recipient will be recognized for their hard work, skill, and expertise in maximizing the potential of their flock and the breed. This trophy is sponsored by Troy Doty from Illinois. Placing on the Texel Winter Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 8, Jocelyn Beebe, Summers, Connecticut, with Pine Knob Farm, 2541. Second to entry 10, Bockelman Family Texels, Greensburg, Indiana, with Bockelman, 443. Third place to entry 9, Adams Texels, Shelbyville, Indiana, and 4 to entry 11, Adams Texels, Shelbyville, Indiana.
As we start into our colored Romney division, I think you got a really high quality individual to come out in your single entry yearling class. Really, really straight line rascal. It's beautiful out of his rump and hind leg. You like this guy in terms of just his balance and quality. His skeleton, really cool in terms of how he's built out of his shoulder and his neck set for me. I'll be honest, he's got a beautiful fleece. He does fade back to his britch just a little bit, and I think that's maturity more than anything else. Beautiful sheep. Congratulations, guys.
Placing on the yearling ram class for the National Natural Colored Romney Show goes to entry 78, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York, with Thistledown 403. Now ready for fall ram lambs. The trophy for the national champion natural colored Romney ram, the Larry and Gala Bullock Cup, is presented by the American Romney Breeders Association to the national champion natural colored Romney ram. This award is given to honor a Romney breeder who has made a significant impact on the breed throughout the years. The Bullocks' early AI genetics were well sought after, and their show ring presence was undeniable. This award is sponsored by Winding Wicks Farm from Chichester, New Hampshire.
Really a nice set of these colored rams in this particular class, and I'll be honest with you, the ram that leads out the drive, probably not the most extreme one just in terms of sheer performance, but when you crack the fleece on him, it's over. That thing is phenomenal in terms of character to his fleece, his luster, his uniformity, the extreme crimp in that guy, just beautiful. And then you study him out of his hip, his hind leg, his balance. I think a really nice one to lead out the drive. Ram in second, longer body, more extended, taller fronted when you get into him. He doesn't have the width of base. He doesn't have the power of skeleton when you get into him. He doesn't have the extreme character of fleece we see in the class winner, but better than the ram in third. The ram in third is a big body, big hip one. It's got a lot of power to him. He probably has the least descript fleece when you get into him in terms of character and crimp, but a quality trio, beautiful rascal to win. Congratulations.
Placing on the Texel Spring Ram Lamb class, first place to 16, Wyatt Hilty, Wapakoneta, Ohio, with Hilty Texels 89. Second to 12, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut, with Pine Knob Farm 2563. Third place to 14, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana, and 13th place, or 4th to 13, Adams Texels, Shelbyville, Indiana. Placing on the pair of Ram Lambs for the Texels, first goes to Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut. Second to Adams Texels of Shelbyville, Indiana. Placing on the fall Ram Lamb class for the natural colored Romneys, first place to 79, Avery Walton, Cisco, Texas, with Winding Wicks 2455. Second place to entry 81, Kingston Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois, with Silver Creek F 24-25909. And third to entry 80, Ainsley Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. For our Texel show, our champion ram goes to entry number 7 out of the fall ram lamb class, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut, with Pine Knob Farm 2511. The reserve champion was second in that fall ram lamb class, entry 5, John DeRunk, West Sunbury, Pennsylvania, with Pine Knob Farm 2514. We're now ready to show yearling ewes.
I think a little bit of give and take in this particular class. The dark black ram that's going to lead out, I think, has the advantage just in length of body in terms of balance and attractiveness. Extremely, extremely high luster fleece when you get into this guy. You like him in terms of one, it's just skeletally built very, very well. How he's made through his shoulder, how the neck sets out of the apex of his shoulder has an advantage over the ram in second. Ram in second's the stout one. Big body, great through his forerib when you get into him. He probably actually has more character to his fleece than the ram that wins the class. I'd just like to make him a little longer in terms of length of top. I'd like to balance him in terms of his length of front and length of neck in relation to how this guy's built. Ram in third. I think kind-wise, length of body, tallness of front, he's more like the class winner. For me, he just gets too hard in his heart. He's too straight in his shoulder in terms of his angle out of his front end. I'd like to make him more comfortable, but he does have a beautiful fleece in terms of just brightness in a black fleece. I think a really intriguing one coming third. The ram in fourth. I like that guy in terms of one who's just stout built and got a big bay hip in him. Wants to get deeper chested, gets plainer right through his front end when you get into him. He doesn't have the extreme luster to his fleece that we see in the three that precede, but still nice character in that guy. The ram is going to come fourth or fifth in the drive. Hits me as way young out here. He looks very immature in this class. Got a huge set of testicles underneath him. I like this guy in terms of one who's balanced and attractive. I just got to change him in terms of belly wool when you get into that guy.
Placing on the natural colored winter ram lambs for your National Romney show. First place to entry 85, Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire, with Winding Wicks 2507. Second place to entry 86, Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire, with Winding Wicks 2508. Third place to Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York, with entry 82. Fourth place, 84, Cadence Higgins, Coventry, Connecticut. And 5th to 83, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York.
I think you've got a really intriguing pair of rams on the top end of the class. And depending on your particular U-base, I think each of these rams has a place in the industry. The ram that's going to lead out the class, I agree. I'd like to change him to the top of his shoulder just a little bit. And I'd like to run him uphill just a touch more. And that's where the ram in second's better. This guy is the one, when you open his fleece, has more character to his fleece. He has more luster in his fleece when you get into it. You like that guy in terms of his body shape. He is more correct as he moves out of his shoulder and front end. As you put him in motion, you like that guy in terms of his extra power. I just like to change the roundness of his shoulder just a little bit. But I think a really, really high quality one. Other thing I'd like to do is I'd sure like to change both, or particularly the ram up front. I'd like to change his eyelids just a little bit. I'd like to open his face just a bit more. The ram in second, I think one is really, really attractive front, and he's gorgeous in terms of tallness up front. I love him in terms of length of body. I wish there was more to him. He does have a very bright fleece when you get into it. It doesn't have the staple length. It doesn't have the character to the fleece today we see in the class winner, or the one in third for that matter. But I think he's just better balanced. He's more attractive. He's more uniform in his fleece when you get into him. Now, the ram that's going to come third, that's the best headed one in terms of being open fleeced when you get into him. He's the best in terms of his eyelid when you get into that one. I like that one in terms of his balance and quality. He does roll just a bit down through his breastplate. He gets just a little narrower gauged back through his hip. He doesn't have the power of the top two, but still has a beautiful fleece in him as well. The ram that's going to come next may be as heavy muscled a ram as we've got in the class in terms of top and hip and stifle shape. He's one that wants to get just a little harder back in his flank. He wants to get deeper chested down through his lower shoulder. I'd like to change him in terms of his center body just a bit. But here's one again. He's got a nice fleece when you get into him, just in terms of having some character to it. Maybe the sheep in the class that's got the most character to his fleece is the young ladies that's going to balance. I like that guy in terms of his crimp to his fleece when you get into him. He's the one for me that gets too low fronted and too round shouldered. I'd like to balance him just a bit on profile. Interesting class. You kind of sort them as you see how they fit into your program.
Again, placing on the Yearling U class for the Texel show. First place goes to entry 21, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut, with Pine Knob Farm, 2454. Second place to 23, also Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut, with Pine Knob Farm, 2445. Third place to entry 31, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. Fourth place to 26, Colin Beebe, Summers, Connecticut. 5th to 28, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. 6th place to 25, Adams Texels, Shelbyville, Indiana. 7th place to 30, Bockelman Family Texels, Greensburg, Indiana. 8th place to 22, Austin Brown, Saugertown, Pennsylvania. 9th place to 24, Austin Brown. 10th place to 27, Adams Texels, Shelbyville, Indiana. And 11 to 29, Bockelman Family Texels, Greensburg, Indiana. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the Texels, first to Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut. Second, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. Third to Austin Brown, Saugertown, Pennsylvania. Fourth, Adams Texels, Shelbyville, Indiana. And fifth, Bockelman Family Texels, Greensburg, Indiana. Placing on the natural colored spring ram lambs for the National Romney Show. First to 91, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with Doty Sheep Farm, 181. Second place to 90, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York, with Thistledown, 517. Third to 89, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Fourth place to 88, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. And fifth to 87, Brooke Hershey, Wooster, Ohio. Placing on the pair of ram lambs for the natural colored Romney show. First to Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Second, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. And third to Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Placing on the Texel Fall Ewe Lamb class, first place to 39, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut, with Pine Knob Farm 2515. Second place to entry 40, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana, with Bockelman 0429. Third to 42, Natalie Marquette, Buffalo, Minnesota. Fourth to 38, Wyatt Hilty, Wapakoneta, Ohio, and 5 to entry 41, Bockelman Family Texels, Greensburg, Indiana.
Well, I think as we drop out these colored rams out here to select your champion and reserve from, it's a beautiful set of rams, and I appreciate them in terms of type and kind when we get them out. I realize there's some variation out here, but I don't apologize for that. That's just kind of how it shakes out in some of these classes that we're limited in terms of number. I think when you get them out here and you evaluate them, there's two rams that come to the top pretty quick for me, and the reality is they're just a little bit different in type phenotypically. Your champion ram for me is one, I think when you open the fleece, it's over. This is the best fleeced ram that's set foot in the ring in the colored division, one that has extreme character to his fleece, one that's crimp and luster's just phenomenal when you get into this one. He's also the one that you appreciate in terms of being extremely round in his rib cage. He's the best in his flank and underline. I think a pretty nice one to win. Reserve for me is one who's just a little more attractive profiling, really tall fronted, really upstanding one. Maybe not the character to his fleece, not the balance to his underline that we see in our champion, but one who's a little more extreme patterned, if you will. Great set of colored ones, guys. Give them a nice round of applause. I'll get your champion in reserve.
Champion natural colored ram for your National Romney show goes to entry 79. First in the fall ram lamb class, Avery Walton, Cisco, Texas, with Winding Wicks 2455. The reserve champion goes to our class winner of the winter ram lamb class, Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire, with Winding Wicks 2507.
Incredible set of ewes in this colored Romney division. I think the ewe that leads out to drive, where she wins it is when you put that one in motion. She's so athletic in terms of her step and reach. She's round and bold in her forerib. You love the center body in that one. And still has that ultra big hip and stoutness. She's got a nice fleece on her. It's not the best fleece in the class, but I think one that's very uniform. I just love her kind. I love her build. I love her bone and feature extremely well. The ewe second. That's the fleece in the class by a bunch. That thing's just incredible in terms of character and luster and look and uniformity. I love her from that perspective. I wish she was a rib longer. I'd just like to extend her just a little bit. Rib shape, kind, I love. I love all those things about her. Nobody's close in fleece in this class to that one. Just like to extend her just a little bit, sweeten her right through her chest plate. Just to look at her from a visual standpoint, the ewe in third I think's gorgeous. I love her length of top. I love her attractiveness of kind. She is beautiful in terms of just balance and that profile she presents. She's one for me that just gets a little more awkward off of her rear leg. When you put her in motion, she doesn't have the character to her fleece of the ewe that we see dead in front of her. The ewe that's going to come forth, she's probably got a little more character to her fleece than the one directly in front of her. She just doesn't handle that rear leg with the authority she needs to. I think she's a good one. I think she's a really good one. When you've got that kind of body and that kind of fleece, just got to change her rear leg a touch. Then we got the one that's just a little different coming next. To me, she's the really immature looking one out here. She looks really young in this class. I like her balance. I like her freshness of kind. She wants to tie up in her spine just a little bit. One for me that doesn't quite have the character to her fleece back in her breech that she has in the front 2/3. Great class, guys. Congratulations.
Placing on the winter ewe lamb class for the Texels, first place goes to entry 43, Adele Town, Lipster, New Hampshire, with Townhouse AT 0625. Second place to entry 49, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana, with Bockelman 0439. Third to 50, Adams Texels, Shelbyville, Indiana. 4 to 55, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut, with fifth place to 45, Jocelyn Beebe, Summers, Connecticut. Sixth place to 44, Adele Town, Limster, New Hampshire. 7 to 51, Adams Texels, Shelbyville, Indiana. Eighth place to 54, Bockelman Family Texels, Greensburg, Indiana. 9 to 48, Wyatt Hilty, Wapakoneta, Ohio. 10 to 46, Jocelyn Beebe, Summers, Connecticut. 11 to 57, Austin Brown, Saugertown, Pennsylvania. 12 to 52, John DeRunk, West Sunbury, Pennsylvania. 13 to 53, also John DeRunk. Placing on the yearling ewes for the Romneys, first place to entry number 100, Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Second place to Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire, with entry 102. Winding Wicks, 2442. Third place to 105, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Fourth to 103, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Fifth to 109, Kingston Rinker, Stewartson, Illinois. Sixth to 107, Misfit Acres, Argyle, New York. 7 to 104, Ainsley Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. Eighth place to 99, George Fry, Otterburn, Indiana. Ninth place to 101, Cadence Higgins, Coventry, Connecticut. Placing on the natural colored pair of yearling ewes, first to Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Second place to Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. The Ed and Helen Julian Honorary Trophy is presented by the American Romney Breeders Association to the national champion natural colored Romney ewe. This award acknowledges their significant contribution to the breed by putting the Romney front and center after capturing the first Romney Supreme title at the North American. Ed and Helen encouraged our youth to participate in showing Romneys, and they provided a positive boost to the breed. This perpetual trophy is sponsored by the Hayes family of New Jersey.
Well, for sure, the most debatable class we've had out in our colored female division out here. I think your class winner's one that, just in terms of kind and balance and just rib shape and body mass, she dominates the trio out here. I like this gal in terms of one who's got a big hip setting in her. And then you get into her fleece, and she doesn't have extreme character, but she's very uniform in her fleece, and I think that sets her in to kind of win the thing. I do appreciate that she is way the most open in her face in terms of breed character in this particular class. Nice female to win. The ewes in second and third, I wouldn't argue. I chose to use the one who's just looser spined and more comfortable on the move to come second. I like the brightness of her fleece quite well. I just wish it had a touch more character when you get into it. She's one for me that wants to get just a little harder in her heart, just a little tighter in her middle. The ewe that's coming third hits me. She's the youngest, but she hits me way the youngest in this particular class. Really immature in her kind. She's one that you appreciate again in terms of being acceptable, in terms of fleece quality. I'd like to loosen her in her spine. I'd like to make her more comfortable when I set her in motion. I think she'll be better when she comes back as a yearling.
Results of the natural colored Romney Fall Ewe Lamb class. First place to 112, George Fry, Otterburn, Indiana, with Winding Wicks, 2454. Second to 113, Ainsley Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois, with FP Livestock, 24120. And third place to entry 114, Kingston Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois. Placing on the spring ewe lamb class for the Texels. First place to entry 60, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut. Second to entry 61, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana, with Cooks 2535. Third to entry 64, Adams Texels, Shelbyville, Indiana. 4 to 67, Wyatt Hilty, Wapakoneta, Ohio. 5 to entry 59, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut. 6th place to 58, Colin Beebe, Summers, Connecticut. 7 to 65, Austin Brown, Saugertown, Pennsylvania. And 8 to 62, Natalie Marquette, Buffalo, Minnesota. For our Texels, placing on the pair of ewe lambs, first place to Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut. Second place to Adele Town, Limster, New Hampshire. Third place to Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. Fourth place to Wyatt Hilty of Wapakoneta, Ohio. Fifth place to Adams Texel, Shelbyville, Indiana. Sixth place to Jocelyn Beebe, Summers, Connecticut. Seventh place to Bockelman Family Texels, Greensburg, Indiana. 8, Austin Brown, Saugertown, Pennsylvania. And 9 to John DeRunk, West Sunbury, Pennsylvania. Champion ewe for the Texels goes to entry number 21. First place in the Yearling ewe class, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut, with Pine Knob Farm 2454. The reserve champion was out of the fall ewe lamb class, entry 39, Rachel Gately, Pine Knob Farm 2515. We are now ready for best forehead of ewes. Best forehead of ewes.
A beautiful set of ewes in this class, and I think this class went way, way deep in the drive, and you kind of got to figure out where you want to put your selection pressure. The ewe that's going to lead out the drive is both the one, when you put her in motion and standing, suits you to the highest degree. Gorgeous pattern, beautiful necked one. She's looser in her spine, she's square in her hip. She's one that you like extremely well conformationally. You crack into that fleece, and it's very acceptable. I mean, she's not got the wow to it, but it's really, really uniform. It's extremely nice in terms of just the quality of fleece she's got into her. I think both her physical build along with that fleece lets her win. You that's going to come second, that's the fleece you like. Really, really opens up with tremendous character when you get into that one. She's beautiful in terms of staple length and how she carries that character all the way back into her breech. She gets a little rounder shoulder. She gets a little shorter and steeper out of her rump, but that's being real critical of a beautiful ewe standing second. You in third, if you just want to talk basic profile, that one's a rock star from that standpoint. Gorgeous neck, how it comes out of the apex of her shoulder. I love her in terms of length to top. She doesn't have the power through. She doesn't have the three-dimensional body shape we see in the top pair, but still has a gorgeous fleece nonetheless. Real dark fibered ewe going to come next. I think her advantage over the ewe that's going to come in fifth, she's just longer top. She's longer out of her hip. She's more comfortable when set in motion. I like that ewe in terms of one who's really, really dark in terms of her fleece. When you get into her, has some uniformity in terms of getting back into her breech. The ewe that's going to balance the top five, big round ribbed one, that's got a tremendously square hip setting in her. I love her from that standpoint. She's a little quicker maturity-wise. You put this one in motion and she wants to drop in her hip loin. She wants to come up in her top a little more. Here's one that gets just a nickel straighter out of her knee up front when you get into her. I like that ewe quite well the same. Great class, guys. Congratulations.
Placing on the Texel best forehead of ewes, first place goes to entry 81, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut. Second to Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. Third to Adams Texels, Shelbyville, Indiana. 4 to Bockelman Family Texels, Greensburg, Indiana. And 5 to Austin Brown, Saugertown, Pennsylvania. Placing on the flock class, first in the flock and the winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award for the Texels goes to Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut. Second to 86, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. Third to Adams Texels, Shelbyville, Indiana. And fourth to Bockelman Family Texels, Greensburg, Indiana. That does conclude our Texel show. Our judge has been Alex Wolf from Ohio. Placing on the natural colored winter ewe lambs for the Romneys. First place goes to 116, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Second place to, and that's with Thistledown 2-503. Second place to 128, Betsy Fry, Otterburn, Indiana, with Winding Wicks 2504. Third place to 115, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. 4 to 19, Lindsay Schmall, Wausau, Wisconsin. Fifth place to 127, Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. 6 to 120, Penelope Kemp, Ridgefield, Connecticut. Seventh place to 121, Misfit Acres, Argyle, New York. 8 to 126, Lindsay Schmall, Wausau, Wisconsin. 9 to 117, Ainsley Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. 10th place to 125, Mackenzie von Klompenberg, Bloomingdale, Michigan. 11 to 122, Alexis Percival, Bloomingdale, Michigan. And 12th place to 118, Mackenzie von Klompenberg, Bloomingdale, Michigan.
Really a high quality trio on the top end of the class, and I think that what really decides that first three is when you put them in motion. Your class winner is easily the most athletic in terms of her movement. She gets out and goes with the most comfort and length of step off both ends of her skeleton, propped up. That one's got an ultra cool look to her. I'd still drop her rear flank just a little bit, perhaps set that hock in with just a touch less angle to it. But that's a beautiful fleeced one. It's got an incredible power to her top side. You like that one in motion. Best fleece is in the second one. That's the darkest, brightest fleece of the entire group. Extremely high luster kind of a fleece when you crack into it. And I debated starting her. In motion, she wants to plant and hit in the ground, stops them rear feet into the ground a little harder than I'd prefer. I'd like to just let her get more comfort in terms of her push off of her rear too. You that's going to come in third, that one's going to be a killer when she comes back as a yearling. She's big, she's long, she's attractive. She doesn't have the body to her yet. She hadn't opened up in terms of her rear rib and rear flank. She's got a gorgeous fleece as well. I think one has sure got some quality to her down the road. You that's going to come next, she just looks like a baby out here in terms of her head and her maturity. She's so gorgeous in terms of her pattern. I love that one from that perspective. I wish she was a touch more three-dimensional. I do like her, though, in terms of fleece quality, one of the more open-faced ones of the group, and I appreciate that. You that's going to come fifth, super dark fleece, one again, high quality in terms of fleece character. You like that one from that standpoint. I got to open her up on the ground, open her through her knee just a little bit, made her have just a touch more body shape. Good class, though, guys. Congratulations.
Placing on the Romney natural colored pair of ewe lambs, first place went to Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Second, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Third, Misfit Acres, Argyle, New York. Fourth place, Lindsay Schmall, Wausau, Wisconsin. 5 to Cadence Higgins, Coventry, Connecticut. And 6 to Mackenzie von Klompenberg, Bloomingdale, Michigan. Placing on the spring ewe lamb class for the natural colored Romneys. First went to entry 138, Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire, with Winding Wicks 25-29. Second place to 132, also Teresa Romas, with Winding Wicks 25-36. Third place to 141, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Fourth place to 130, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Fifth place to Ethan Kennedy. Sixth place to 135, Misfit Acres, Argyle, New York. Seventh place to 142, Cadence Higgins, Coventry, Connecticut. Eighth place to entry number 131, Lindsay Schmall, Wausau, Wisconsin. Ninth place to 136, Charlene Carlisle, Moorestown, New Jersey. 10th place to 134, Cadence Higgins, Coventry, Connecticut. 11 to 129, Brooke Hershey, Wooster, Ohio. And 12th place to 139, Ryan Halligan, Winchester, Kentucky.
Well, a gorgeous set of females out in their colored Romney division to select your champion female from. I think all four of these class winners sure unique ones as they came out of the respective contemporary groups. They're sheep that were attractive, they were correct skeletally, they had some body and some rib to them. I think the difference when you get into this set is a little bit of movement and likewise some difference in terms of fleece quality. I think your champion's one that she's just different. And what I mean by that is her combination of bone and ruggedness and stoutness and center body, how she's built through her forerib, the hip that lays in this female, I think is really, really unique. And then you crack that fleece and it's really exceptional from that standpoint. The question then is, who do you make reserve? Because you could go a lot of different ways for your reserve female out here. Again, it just simply comes down to opening fleeces and how they look from that standpoint. Obviously, the ewe that's going to move over from the second line perhaps is the best fleeced one of the set. But then she's one who's not quite perfect in her knees. She's not quite as good through her lower shoulder. You've got another one out here that rivals her in terms of fleece quality, and it's just the most athletic one. I think that's really the difference. It's been an absolute pleasure, guys. Give the folks in the Romney division a nice round of applause. I'll get your champion and reserve females.
For the National North Natural Colored Romney Show, our grand champion ewe was our first place yearling ewe, entry 100, Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire, with winding wicks 2447. Our reserve grand champion was our first place spring ewe lamb, entry 138, Teresa Romas, with winding wicks 2529. Again, Teresa's from Chichester, New Hampshire. Next class is natural colored best fleeced animal. The award for the natural colored best fleece is presented by the American Romney Breeders Association and is given in memory of Morris Culver. Morris was well versed on wool and was always eager to share his knowledge with others. He was responsible for registering the first natural colored Romneys in the U.S. This perpetual plaque is sponsored by Cheryl Dunlap of Old Orchard Romneys from Ohio. The final award that we'll have is the Natural Colored Flock Award. The National Champion Natural Colored Flock Trophy is sponsored or presented by the American Romney Breeders Association to honor a distinguished Romney breeder who has demonstrated an exceptional commitment to advancing the Romney breed. This recipient will be recognized for their hard work, skill, and expertise in maximizing the potential of their flock and the breed. This trophy is sponsored by Old Orchard Romneys from Ohio. Next class is flock class, natural colored flock. Best natural colored fleece goes to entry 102 out of the Yearling U class. Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire, on Winding Wicks 2442. Again, now ready for the flock class. Kerry Hill exhibitors, we are finishing with the very last class of the natural colored Romney. You're next. Placing on the flock class for the natural colored Romneys, first place goes to Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Second place and winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award is Ethan Kennedy of Canandaigua, New York. That does conclude our National Romney shows. Our judge has been Terry Burks of Kentucky. At this time, we're ready to begin our Kerry Hill show. Kerry Hill, Rams 2 years of age and older to the ring, please. Judging the Kerry Hills today is Anna Pennell from Yorkshire, England. She's a full-time farmer and raises 350 ewes on the edge of the Yorkshire Dales. She's the major United Kingdom titles across multiple breeds, including the overall Supreme Sheep at both the Royal Welsh Show and the Great Yorkshire Show. She's also the leading UK breeder of ponies. Let's welcome Anna Pennell from Yorkshire, England, as our judge of the American Kerry Hill Show.
There we go. Thank you very much for inviting me to judge these classes today. I hope you can understand the method we're doing, but I won't say masses about it, but I'll give you some thoughts as we go along. This is the aged ram class, so 2-year-olds and over, with the first place being a lovely ram with a good stretch to him. He's a great mouth up on his legs, and with a decent carcass to him. You can see him going on to produce some lovely lambs. Similarly, second is a lovely deep ram, similar again, but he's just a little heavier on his pastons and on his limbs. I like to see them up and ready to go. And third again is another nice ram. Thank you.
Placing on the class of rams 2 years of age and older, first place to entry number 18, Oriana Brown, Kinetic, Ohio, with ETA Nebulous 0043. Second place to entry 16, Brandon Bloom, Upperville, Virginia, with Upperville Oliver 0040. And third place to entry 17, Oriana Brown, Conachute, Ohio, with ETA Barnaby Jones 0042. Now ready in the ring for yearling rams.
And this is the Yearling ram class. So in first we have a lovely ram. I love the bone on this and the limb on it, and the strength across its shoulders, the width of it. It's it's a ram you'd be very pleased to own. Second and third, as you'd see, they were pretty close together. Just the second place just has that little bit more bone about him, and a little bit more sharpness in his face and in his ear set. But another day you could have had them the other way round. Fourth is a lovely ram. It's a great skin on it. Just a little pale in his markings. And fifth just is a little lighter limb for me, but all good rams that will go on and do well.
Placing on the yearling ram class, first place goes to entry 1, Mindy Mayer, Wilder, Idaho, with GTF, the Knight of Wilder 5622. Second, entry 3, Sam Furman, Cumberland, Virginia, with Upperville Henry 4108. Third place to entry 4, Sam Furman of Cumberland, Virginia, with Frontrunner Farm Boss 4126. Fourth place to 6, Sarah Beamer, Morgantown, West Virginia, with Hellick Ridge Graham 4414. And fifth to entry 5 to Sarah Beamer, Morgantown, West Virginia, with Halleck Ridge Noah 4419. Next class is Junior Ram Lambs. The Kerry Hill is a sturdy, medium-sized sheep breed from the Welsh borders, known for its striking black and white markings on its face and legs and a dense white fleece. Once considered a rare breed in the UK, its numbers have recovered partly due to its attractive appearance and good mothering abilities. The breed is valued for its meat production, with lambs growing quickly and ewes being excellent mothers. The breed originated in the village of Kerry, near Newtown, on the Welsh-English borders. The breed was once on the UK's Rare Breed Survival Trust watch list, but has since recovered. Kerry Hills were introduced into the United States through breed-up programs and are now being preserved and promoted by organizations like the American Kerry Hill Sheep Society, who's the sponsor of our show here.
a nice class of ram lambs to work through. A variety of ages, which always throws up a challenge, but two lovely ram lambs at the top, just really split with the width of the one in the first position, and he has a lovely broad head and that sharpness and the limbs and bones that go with him. It's a very good lamb in third, I thought. It's just a lot younger. He has a great fleece on him, a great aptitude, a great mouth, and it will be interesting to see him in another year's time. Similar with third, it was another ram lamb that could just need a bit of time on them and see how they grow on. But overall, that was a lovely class to judge. Thank you.
Placing on that class of junior ram lambs. Your next class, by the way, is pair ram lambs, and then we'll show for champion and reserve. Pair ram lambs is next. Placing on the class of junior ram lambs, first place to entry 10, Mindy Mayer, Wilder, Idaho, with GTF Sir Lancelot 9017. Second place to entry 8, Mindy Mayer, Wilder, Idaho, with GTF The Phantom 9008. Third to entry 12, Sam Furman, Cumberland, Virginia, with Front Runner Farm, Lincoln 4111. Fourth place to 9, Brannon Bloom, Upperville, Virginia, with Upperville High Hat 0024. 5 to 11, Brannon Bloom, Upperville, Virginia, with Upperville Blackjack 0034. Sixth place to 15, Aaron Carpio, Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, with Upperville Phoebe 0003. And 7 to 42, Sarah Beamer, Morgantown, West Virginia, with Halleck Ridge Stewart 4507. Placing on the pair of ram lambs for our Kerry Hill show, first place to entry 19, Mindy Mayer, Wilder, Idaho. Second place to 22, Brannon Bloom, Upperville, Virginia. Now ready to select our champion and reserve champion ram.
When I'm looking for a ram champion, a male champion, I need something that has the strength and the length that's going to improve and add to someone's flock. And we've a really lovely front row here of good rams that will do exactly that. The one that I like particularly has that little bit of extra strength, a little bit of extra length through his carcass and his depth. And again, it all comes down to just that little bit more, a little bit showiness, and a little bit of style that the Kerry Hill is known for. They should be alert, and they should just have that bit of elegance and something about them.
Grand Champion Ram goes to entry number 1, first in our Yearling Ram class, Mindy Mayer, Wilder, Idaho, with GTF, the Knight of Wilder, 5622. The reserve Grand Champion was out of our 2-year-old and older class, entry 18, Oriana Brown, Conneaut, Ohio, with ETA Nebulous 0043. We're now ready for our U show. We need 2-year-old and older ewes as our first class. Again, we're now ready for 2-year-old and older ewes, please.
This is a class of aged ewes. It's nice to see the ewes once they've started breeding and producing, and to see what they make at the maturity. It was a nice class of ewes, very close between first and second here. First just is up on her legs. She just has that tiny bit more just sharpness and alertness, and just breed type. Both these ewes are, breed type is so important to us with the Kerry Hills, and both these ewes, they couldn't be anything else. They could come straight off them Welsh Hills, and that's what they are. The first just has that tiny bit more correctness about her, but both very good ewes. And the ewe in third place, she's a lovely strength to her and a lovely length to her. She's just maybe not as typey as the first two. And again, the ewes in third and fourth, they just need a little bit more flesh on them, but all good ewes that have been working and doing a job.
Results of the 2-year-old and older ewe class. First place to entry 45, Warriors Mark, Kerry Hills, Warriors Mark, Pennsylvania, with Warriors Mark Kelly, 2305. Second place to 44, Brennan Bloom, Upperville, Virginia, with Upperville Phoebe, 0003. Third place to 46, Aaron Carpio, Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, with Warriors Mark Roxanne, 2303. 4 to 48, Sam Furman, Cumberland, Virginia, with front runner Lilith, 2102. And 5th to 47, Sam Furman, Cumberland, Virginia, with front runner Poppy, 2106. Now ready for yearling ewes.
What a great class of yearling ewes. This one up in top spot. She just is the epitome of a feminine Kerry Hill ewe for me. She's great on her legs. There's no weakness in the front pasterns, back pasterns. She's good in her mouth. She's a lovely deep body to her with a bit of length, and she's so broad across her shoulders. And she has that most sweet head that we're after with the Kerry Hills. The ewes in 2 and 3, I could spend all day switching them back and forth. They're both very, very good ewes. I just went with the one in second, just I felt it was fractionally better on his limbs, but really you'd be delighted with any of these in your flock. The ewe in a fourth is a lovely, strong, wide ewe. She just needs to, for me, just drop a touch of weight just to keep her up on her legs, and it's so important. For me, we can go on all day long about carcass and this, but if the mouths and the legs aren't right, if they can't eat and they can't move, they're not going to get anywhere for me, because they've got to be a working animal. But yeah, thank you very much, everyone.
Placing on the yearling at U class for the Kerry Hill Show, first place to entry 29, Warriors Mark Kerry Hills, Warriors Mark, Pennsylvania, with Warriors Mark Fern, 2404. Second to 28, Mindy Mayer, Wilder, Idaho, with Epic Lady, 5679. Third to 26, Mindy Mayer, Wilder, Idaho, with GTF Queen Dandy, 5662. Fourth place to 23, Brandon Bloom, Upperville, Virginia, with Upperville High Note, 0032. 5 to 27, Stephanie Genovis, Warriors Mark, Pennsylvania, with Warriors Mark Gale, 2408. 6 to 24, Sam Furman, Cumberland, Virginia, with Frontrunner Farm, Black Betty, 2149. 7th place to 31, Sarah Beamer, Morgantown, West Virginia, with Halleck Ridge Alice, 4402. And 8 to 30, Sarah Beamer, Morgantown, West Virginia, with Halleck Ridge Ruth, 4420.
This is an interesting class of ewe lambs to have been sorting. The ewe lamb in front, she's maybe a touch in the pale in the markings, but you can see she's going to grow into a strong yearling and a strong yow. She's got the length about her and the strength about her, and she's up on her legs. Yes, I would like to see a touch more bone about her, but she's so many other positive attributes, and she's stood and she's shown herself, and yeah, it'll be nice to see her in the next year or the year after. The ewe lamb in second, similar, it's a lovely typey little lamb, just maybe not got the length of the first place one, but again, very nice lambs. And down the line, it comes down to discrepancy of age. Just have to watch. I appreciate we're in a breed-up situation with here, but there is an increasing amount of black markings and a black smudging coming in through the fleeces, which is not something you really want to, for me, secure in your flock. And again, it comes down to mouths and limbs and the basics.
Your next class will be pair of ewe lambs. Placing on the junior ewe lamb class, first place to entry 41, Aaron Carpio, Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, with Carpio Stables Penny, 0027. Second place to entry 33, Amanda Hinchberger, Warriors Mark, Pennsylvania, with Green Tree Farm Patty, 0026. Third place to 39, Warriors Mark, Kerry Hills, Warriors Mark, Pennsylvania, with Warriors Mark Jill, 2504. Fourth place to 40, Sam Furman, Cumberland, Virginia, with Front Runner Farm Spring, 303777. Fifth place to 37, Mindy Mayer, Wilder, Idaho, with GTF, Miss Idaho Serena, 8901. Sixth place to 38, Sam Furman, Cumberland, Virginia, with Front Runner Farm, Jolene, 3701. 7 to 43, Sarah Beamer, Morgantown, West Virginia, with Halleck Ridge, Nadine, 4521. Eighth place to 34, Oriana Brown, with Harmony Hill or Harmony Sheep Farms, Ala Dottie, 0035, and Oriana is from Conneaut, Ohio. And 9 to 35, Mindy Mayer, Wilder, Idaho, with Princess Snow White, 8897. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs, first place to Sam Furman, Cumberland, Virginia. Second, Mindy Meyer, Wilder, Idaho. Now ready to show for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion ewe. Following the selection of our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion ewe, we will show our Champion Ram and Champion ewe together for the Perpetual Cup that's over here.
Just before I do the handshakes and the necessary for the championship here, I'd just like to take a minute just to thank both the American Kerry Hill Association and NAILE for inviting me over to judge. It's been a delight and really a mind-blowing to see the scale of the show here. And also, I think real congratulations have to go to the exhibitors for the show that they put on. It is, wherever in the world you are, the work and dedication that goes on to get those sheep to the ring is phenomenal, and I think we should give everyone a round of applause for the efforts. I think by now you've probably worked out what I like and don't like, so I think in a championship it comes fundamentally down to that sheep that says, I am a Kerry Hill. I am the best of the breed on this day. And that's where my decision lies.
Champion U goes to entry number 29 out of the Yearling U class, Warriors Mark, Kerry Hills, Warriors Mark, Pennsylvania, with Warriors Mark Fern 2404. The reserve champion to entry 28, second in the Yearling U class, Mindy Mayer, Wilder, Idaho, with Epic Lady 5679. Now, to go along with that, we'll bring out the champion ram, entry number 1 from the Yearling Ram class, to select for the overall supreme of the Kerry Hill show. And the Perpetual Award goes to our Champion U, entry 29 from the Yearling U class, Warriors Mark Kerry Hills, Warriors Mark PA, Warriors Mark Fern, 2404. That does conclude our Kerry Hill show. And our judge has been Anna Pinnell of Yorkshire, England.